Hi Jeannie, long time no see. We're back. Looking forward to a good night, but I could not resist seeing the moon and the phone, so decided to put them on quickly. Hi John. Where did it go? I think DWARF can track it in there. Nope, they're gone. I'm gonna go back to the moon. If they come back, I'll let you know. Yeah, the moon is not going to be with us much longer on the east side. We're catching it from the west side anyway. There it is. Hi Zena. I plan to be on till about midnight. We're going to start with our Messier Marathon, as in imaging any Messier objects that are in the sky and adding to them as the season progresses. The folks in the UK will be treated to a lunar occultation of Venus, but we will not have it. In our case, Venus will come very close to the moon, but will not hide behind it. They will also be treated to multiple Titan transits of Saturn. Saturn will be coming up to opposition, full opposition, in the next few days, so we will hopefully next week get back on the big telescope and do some serious imaging. So two of the reasons why I have not been on much lately, actually three reasons. One, weather. Two, car accident, head injury, concussion. And three, marathon training. Marathon coming up next Sunday. Assuming that the CT scan that I took on Friday of my head, assuming my doctor clears me on Wednesday to pound the pavement 50,000 times. I'm still debating whether to tell her about the marathon or not, but we'll see. So Dwarf 2 and Dwarf 3 are looking at the same target. Okay, there we go. I was going to say with the same settings, and the colors look different. Now they are about the same. Haven't touched anything. Both tracking the moon. John, not only was I alone, the car was in the garage. I walked into the open trunk, banged my head very hard on the open trunk of the car. The good news is the car is red, so blood did not ruin the paint. That's the kind of accident that you tell your grandchildren about when they need a laugh. Actually, my doctor had to keep from laughing too hard when I described the accident. It is a car accident. Unfortunately, that's when cars become too smart. That Tesla of mine detects the height of the garage door when it's open, the railing, and does not go any further so it doesn't bang against the railing. And that's what took me in. I'm used to that door opening all the way up. It does that outside the garage, but not when the door is open and the car is inside the garage. Anyway, moon is approaching the house from the east, so we're gonna catch it from the west. Zena, I went back to work for a day on Thursday, as I mentioned to you, and they tried to hire me back. I told them I'd think about it, and I did for about 22 seconds. Huh. I don't know why Dwarf decides to change colors on its own. Shutter is auto. We'll put gain at 0. White balance is auto. White balance is auto, gain is 0. So they are essentially identical settings. Auto 0, auto 0. And they certainly look very different. All right, stand by. Phone is back. Well, moon is gone anyway. Voila! Last week I watched the launch, earlier this week, the launch of Starship 10. It was so exciting. So I went to SpaceX's careers webpage to see if they have any openings. They have page after page after page of openings. The one that appealed most to me was intern. Since all the employees there appear to be in their 20s, and that's the older ones. So if you have seen the movie The Intern, that's what came to mind with Robert De Niro and Anne Hathaway. That maybe I could get an intern job. Have fun, Zena. Hello, garlic waffle. Somebody else just stuck her head to say hi. We have mama and baby today. It would be fun, Jeannie. They do not allow remote work, though. It's one of three main locations. It's either Hawthorne, California, or Starbase, Texas, or somewhere up in Washington State. I have been to Hawthorne, California to SpaceX. I've seen the facility there, very nice. The yard has not been mowed in a few days, that's why they're happy. I'm going to take a short video, call it Fawn Mows the Lawn. Hello, Dallas. Yeah, if we could get a few more, they will definitely mow it. Hello, Iceland. Stars coming back to Iceland. I wonder when. We should have some stars tonight. Mornings we have been seeing Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury on a daily basis now, when it's not cloudy and raining. And Orion is very visible in the morning sky. This is the other side of the fawn, the other end. The moon should be out of the way soon, so when it gets dark, we'll be able to do some nebula imaging in the east. On a night like tonight, there is a chance of having some hot air balloons come our way, so we're ready for them if they come. Venus and Beehive in the morning, indeed. What's that on its leg? Interesting. Rear left leg. Oh, same thing on the rear right leg. Okay, so this must be a feature. Okay, dwarf 3 is tracking. You see how tall the grass is? Lawn mowing tomorrow. And goodbye. Gone. We're going to go up and wait for sunset. Jeannie, for Mercury, I took my time adjusting the atmospheric dispersion corrector, but it was still very low in the morning and very reddish. Haven't seen any bear in our yard, but we have seen bears in the neighborhood. At least cameras have captured them. But I have seen bobcats, coyotes, foxes, squirrels, chipmunks, woodchucks, snakes. Not as many, not the kind that Jeannie has or Zena. Hello, Mike. Garlic waffle, the blood moon will not be here. It'll be mostly Asia, Australia, and Africa. The night of 7 to 8 September, next week. Okay, while we wait for things to get a touch darker, I'm gonna make my cup of tea and be back. Audio out, be back. About that for a special. Hello, Jacob. Hello, Mike. Yes, I plan to start on our Messier Marathon, start doing as many Messier targets as we can tonight, see what's available. I don't know why it's not tracking the moon. I will probably put, I had not planned on Dwarf 3 tonight. I was planning on Seestar or Stellina, but the phone caused a change in the plans. Yeah, M1 does not rise until after midnight, but we have a few Messier objects. So between Dwarf 2 covering the west and Dwarf 3 covering the east, I plan to tackle a large handful of Messier objects. But for now, we are still mowing the lawn outside, or at least the fawn is. Ah. Let's see, what is Thor's helmet these days? Yeah, Thor's helmet does not rise till early morning here. Yeah, I need to start writing that expert system or AI program that tells me for each of the Messier targets which telescope is best suited and what settings. Phone is getting closer, hence out of focus. All right, back in focus. That's what I said. I'm looking forward to mentoring a few students at Oswego this fall. I'm giving them several projects to apply computers to astronomy. The first one is to detect and delete satellite trails from astro images. The second one is to write an AI program. We're going to start with just the Messier catalog, but more importantly, if we can develop the rules to automatically apply it to the NGC, then that will be fun. But we're going to do it manually initially and develop the rules using Messier. Things like the size of the target, the brightness, the colors in it, what bands. And then first step is to compute the ideal telescope, and then second step is to see which ones of the telescopes that we have is most suitable. Garlic, I am afraid the students are going to say it is hard, but if it had not been hard, it would have been done by now. The other big variable is going to be exposure duration. I don't know if we're going to get also in equatorial mode versus alt-as. Mike, probably eventually, once we identify the ideal telescope, then we'll see what comes closest. Andromeda, for example, has different requirements than even M33, than Triangulum. Andromeda you can see to the naked eye. Not so much Triangulum, it's a lot darker, a lot fainter, a lot farther. And then you look at the difference between the dumbbell galaxy, between M27 and M57, and even though they look very, very similar, dimensions are very, very different. And then there is M42. When I wake up in the morning early, I look at Orion. I can see the nebula. It's right there. M42. I can see it. Even with my old naked eyes. Dwarf does, but dwarf, to start with, dwarf 3, the wide angle mode is already 47 degrees wide. Very, very wide. I am not a big fan of mosaic mode. No more than focal reducers. Okay, it's getting dark here, so we need to get off auto shutter. And suddenly the sky is blue. That is a very hungry fawn. After my car accident on Sunday, I was seeing everything double. So I had binocular eyesight for a while. Well, when we say car accident, we're talking about my car was in the garage with the trunk open, and I walked into the trunk. So my head banged the trunk very, very hard. It's a red car, so blood did not ruin the paint. We think I suffered a concussion, at least judging from blurred vision, double vision, headache, and a few other symptoms. I underwent a CT scan on Friday, and we're waiting for the radiologist to come back from the beach on Tuesday and read it. We go in. Okay, our phone is done. Mama and baby. Well, I don't know the day they are at the beach, but I was told that the X-rays will not, the CT scan will not be read till Tuesday because everybody was gone for the long weekend. I was reassured that if there had been any life-threatening injury, then they would have taken some time off to read it. But at first look, they did not see anything, they did not find anything inside my head. So the sun sets at 7:41. So we should be able to start imaging deep sky objects by 8:30. We're going to do justice to M31. Saturn rises early tonight, but we do not have any big scope out. Hello, Richie. A little while back we had a naming contest for the Dwarf 2 and the Dwarf 3, and the crowd settled on Happy and Grumpy. And there is the moon sinking into the trees. Let me show you what we're talking about. That. So we're going to lose the moon soon. And we'll be able to get on with the, hopefully soon, calibration of D2 and then calibration of D3. If you want Seestar, we'll put the Seestar out. Let's do that.
Ready to connect.
Seestar wants to update firmware.
Updating firmware.
She got a lot louder. We have not named the Seestar. We may have to lose the Skycam and give Seestar the entire left side. We'll see in a minute. Radar, I have tried. I plan to go to Oswego and try with a 16-inch telescope, see if we can see it. It has been drifting further and further south on us, which limits my telescope selection. Right now my 11-inch cannot reach it anymore. So Tuesday I will be doing some setting up in Oswego to see if we can get it from there. Yeah, I know that, John. They're using dithering and other software-based techniques to mimic the behavior of a real 4K sensor, which they do not have. going to stop tracking the moon and see if we can see any stars yet. Thank you for telling me I can explore astronomy features. Seestar disconnected.
Firmware update succeeded.
I have the volume at low, but this is the loudest I've heard it. We have a creature on top of the sky cam. Hello, Matthew. Don't know if you can see Polaris yet. We're gonna check anyway. Okay, there are some stars woefully out of focus. Let's see if we cancel and focus and try again. Okay, Dwarf 2 says no internet. Oh good, we found Polaris. Yup. Okay, let's see, what's the first target for Seestar? Mike? I am on the 3rd floor. Yeah, my horizon is always good. I can see as low as 2 degrees. There are a few trees that would like to meet my chainsaw. But other than that, I am at home in my office, in my control room. So let me get Seestar busy while we worry about the other scopes. There is dwarf 3. I don't know if dwarf 3 can get to work yet. I'd very much like to go all the way up with dwarf 3. Is dumbbell visible now? Dumbbell is a good target actually. Thank you. What is the wizard genie? Okay, we have dumbbell. Sounding like we need to launch Stellarium. Jeannie, I can give you the Wizard Nebula. On Seestar. Give me just a couple minutes. I need to find out who is sucking all that CPU cycles now. Wizard is NGC 7380, and we should be able to get it soon. What is bubble tonight? Mike, we will join you on Wizard momentarily. Bubble is right next to Wizard. We have our night cut out for us with the Wizard and then Bubble on Seestar. Bubble is a tough target, but if you get it right, it's extremely beautiful. Okay, we have Charlie 20 function, don't want auto parameter. I want dual band filter. And I want 15-second. Come on, yep. And we should start. Matthew, to do justice to dark shark, you have to put your telescope in equatorial mode, because dark shark is next to Polaris, and it's going to be rotating the full 180 degrees during the night. Okay, done with dumbbell. We're going to move on to Wizard. Mike, I agree with you about the 1 second increments. Jeannie, we're going to Wizard. we'll see how well we can get it. Yeah, I put Stellina, Seestar, and DWARF 3, all three on Dark Shark. And D3 gave me the most satisfying result, actually. There we go, Jeannie. I wonder what Garlic Waffle would think of the Garlic Nebula. They want to image the Garlic Nebula, and I wondered what Garlic Waffle would think of imaging the Garlic Nebula. Come on, Dwarf 3. Let's not start that tonight. Don't know what's happening with dwarf 3. What? It's now forgetting its entire catalog. Okay, be back. I need to have a talk with that Happy before it gets too grumpy. Okay, we have not had this problem in a long time. Dwarf 2 hijacked Dwarf 3's connection. It had happened in the past, but not recently. So all I had to do was shut down Dwarf 2, and it let go. In the meantime, Dwarf 3 was still doing its business, namely imaging the North American nebula, 46 stacked, and continuing. Officially, astronomical dark starts in 10 minutes. And you can tell from the sky cam that we still have quite a bit of light. In the meantime, we have imaged the North American nebula on Dwarf 3 and Wizard on Seestar. We're going to stay on Wizard a lot longer to do justice before we hop over to Bubble. I have a luxury that few of you has, and that is I can put my tablet within 6 inches of the telescope. And I'll show you in a second what I mean. There we go. I'm going to turn off the red light. There is the tablet. And literally outside the window, as in 6 inches away from the tablet, is Dwarf 3. That's what I had to do to make sure that there is a Wi-Fi signal between them. After Dwarf 2, which is at the other window, hijacked the connection. So Dwarf 2 went to sleep now, and Dwarf 3 is doing what Dwarf 3 does best, very large nebula. Yes, Mike, I am in Alt AS on Seestar. It does not matter much for a target if we're only imaging it for a few minutes. See, unfortunately, I cannot set up equatorial mode on the windowsill. I would have to go 2 floors down to the patio to set up equatorial mode. Seestar is right here. Should be able to show you. Stand by. Wait. I don't know if you see the white thing outside, that is Seestar. I have it painted white. And DWARF is right there. So the convenience of being able to put it outside my window. I have two platforms, very carefully built. One of them is a 10-inch angle bracket, the other is an 8-inch angle bracket. They are very carefully leveled. I used a nice leveler and relied heavily on Seestar to agree that they are perfectly leveled. Both are pointing east, obviously, and they can get everything from the North Star, from Polaris, actually the entire from meridian to meridian. I have the entire east from north to south. I have an identical setup on the other side of the house, which gives me all the trees and the hill and the mountain west of us. It's in Sackett's Harbor, about 86 miles north from here. It is on Lake Ontario, on the east shore of Lake Ontario, just south of Watertown, New York. So I'll get up in the morning, have a good breakfast, drive an hour and a half north, run the marathon, and then come back home for dinner. Stop on the way down for some food. From the literature that I read, and I asked Grok, my Twitter AI sidekick, and apparently if I go asymptomatic for 2 weeks, I should be okay running. So we'll see how that goes. I've been asymptomatic since Thursday. So that's 10 days before the marathon. With only 74 frames stacked on the North American nebula, it looks really nice. It's amazing what that D3 can do. Mike, are we talking about the Wizard Nebula also? If you're going with 20 seconds, that's where equatorial is going to be much more favorable than Alt-Az. I am reasonably happy with the focus Stars are round and tiny. Haha, there is the 4K mode. One thing that we have not done yet that we will need, I'm sure, is the dew heater. Anti-dew. When we wake up in the morning, the kitchen deck has about half an inch of water on it just from the condensation. Yeah, I know that, John. We'll try it on the next target. We'll try it on the bubble. I'd like to give Wizard half an hour. Ideally, I'd like to give it an hour. In the meantime, we can see the Milky Way on the Skycam. Still too much blue. I'm going to darken it just a bit, but there is the Milky Way. Get me out of the way. We have a plane. That went a little bit too dark on me. According to Stellarium, 3I Atlas is still magnitude 16. 15-second shutter on dwarf, so that's 4 frames per minute. So 120 frames gets us half an hour, and we can move on to Messier 31 Andromeda, so we can check it off. Like this one is just a 30-second exposure on a very wide angle lens. I can show you the Milky Way on the Dwarf 3 in just a minute. Let's see what's our best bet here. Now is not a good time to do Milky Way on Dwarf 3. Let me look again. Maybe we can. I would need a view of the south. Yeah, Dwarf has a wide angle lens and a narrow angle lens. Yeah, 2 cameras. Okay, C16 and C19 are possibilities. Let me try them. Let me try that. So this is going to be the order of events. We're going to stop the capture. And then I'm going to try to find something smack in the middle of the Milky Way. Actually, C20 is. So maybe we don't need to go too far. We'll keep tracking C20, but we move out to the wide angle lens and see if that does the job. We're going to end the current session. We're still tracking. We're going to go to wide angle. And we're going to go to wide angle. Let's see if that does it. With a lot of luck, we will see the Milky Way after half a dozen or so frames. There we go, after 1 frame. One thing is obvious in this picture is I should have taken darks. Lots of hot pixels in the wide angle camera. I'm gonna go get my my solar filter and take darks before we tackle Andromeda. Be right back. All right, stop it. Yes, Jacob, I will take darks. That's one nice thing about Seestar. It takes the darks on its own every session. Stop tracking this. And let's go to M31. Function. Tele. Atlas. Nice. Yes, Mike, that's what darks do. They take pictures of the sensor while no external light is coming in. And then subtract from every image whatever this gives us. Now that's what Seestar did right, that DWARF could have done right, is they included that filter internal to the filter wheel. So we don't have to put it and remove it, it just switches to it. Okay, please ask me to do darks. Doesn't want to ask me to do darks. Yeah, Seestar takes them, but they call it something else. That the enhancing process that they have is really taking darks and subtracting. All right. And current session. Let's take darks. To obtain better quality, we recommend taking dark frames. Let's put that on. Confirm. Set the shutter gain and tele binning to your dark frame, same settings. Alright. We are going tele and we're doing 1560 4K. Yup. About 3 minutes left. Genie, there is a blue snowball and a blue oyster nebula and blue horsehead nebula and blue straggler and then blue racquetball nebula and then blue snowball nebula. Okay, let me go over them again. There's the blue snowball, blue flash nebula, blue oyster nebula, blue horsehead nebula, blue planetary nebula, blue straggler cluster, blue racquetball nebula. So you have racquetball, straggler, planetary, horsehead, and snowball, and flash, and oyster. Good luck. There is wizard. We're going to drop down to bubble. We're going to enhance wizard first using AI denoise. Alright, in the meantime the darks are done. And now we remove the filter. We'll send it to M31 once more. Atlas. Find 31. Go. Hello, Bill. You just missed us taking darks on Dwarf 3, which is an unusual occurrence. Hi, Alan. Well, we had a unique treat this evening. We had a baby fawn actually breastfeeding from mama fawn, mama deer, mama doe. So this is the Wizard Nebula. We're gonna, alright, here we have M31. And we're gonna go to Bubble Nebula. Bubble Nebula is not too far from Wizard, so it shouldn't take long to find it. The enhancing up here that you see on Seestar is the dark being subtracted from the frames. Wow, we already see the bubble. It's right here. And we have a satellite that went straight through Andromeda. Add one more, 2 satellites through Andromeda. Milky Way is showing on the Skycam. Okay, John. Sorry, forgot. Stand by. like so. And then up here we tell it to go 4K. Yeah, the bubble should be right here. Hello, CGD. Hey, Bill, you missed the exciting news earlier. I was in a car accident and suffered a head injury with possible concussion. That is the gory story. The details are even more fun. The car was in the garage and the trunk was open and I walked into the trunk. So it is still a car accident and busted my head open. The good news is the car is red, so blood did not ruin the paint. And my marathon next Sunday is right now on hold pending the results of the CT scan, of the CAT scan. See, this is the problem when the car is smarter than the user. My Tesla detects how high the trunk can open because the garage door was open and it did not want to hit the garage door, so it stopped short of going all the way. And that's the part that I did not notice when I walked into it sideways. Although they built most of the car with plastic, the trunk is solid metal, very hard. My doctor almost fell over laughing at the details and she had to contain herself. So the main reason I have not been going live on Thursday, Friday is these are the two nights I try to sleep for my long runs on Saturday. But 2 weeks ago my 20-mile run went very well, checked off that box and started tapering off. Yesterday morning I was scheduled to do 10 and I got my doctor's permission to walk 10. Now we're waiting to see if I'll get permission to pound the pavement for 50,000 steps on Sunday. In case you did not notice, but 2026, as in next year, is dyslexic for 26.20, which is the marathon distance. So I'm trying to ramp up my assault on my target of 100 marathons before I turn 70. So next year will be the year of the marathon with a bit of luck. Well, if I stop walking into walls and trunks and what have you. Alan, I have always been distracted. I can see a bubble. Jeannie, can you see the bubble? Bill, part of the negotiations that will take place is she wanted me to be asymptomatic for 2 weeks. I will have been asymptomatic for 11 days, so I'm going to try to negotiate that. The first couple of days were fun. I was seeing double on everything. And then gradually the double went away and everything was out of focus for another day or two. And then things came back into focus. She was worried about my appetite. I was not, because if nothing else, I was eating everything in sight. Actually, the fridge is empty. Alan, this runner has run marathons in all 50 states. Good night, Mike, and good luck on your capture. Yeah, I'm gonna give M31 time. Now that we took darks, I don't see any red, green, or blue pixels, which is good. Jeannie, let me see if any of the blue targets are accessible tonight. Guess what? Guess what? The blue snowball nebula is accessible, except the size is 37 arc seconds. Yes, Bill, we made a point of focusing it before we started the evening. See, all those blue things are tiny. The Blue Oyster Nebula is only 51 arcseconds. These require the big scope. John, do you think we should go for the blue snowball? I can do that. We can try it and see what we get. Iris Nebula is grayish blue, yeah, not as blue as Jeannie wants. Iris Nebula is a bit too high for Seestar right now. Seestar has been complaining lately when the target is too high up. Jeannie, there is nothing that you cannot do with Photoshop. Sadly, even the pictures taken by the James Webb Space Telescope or the Hubble, when they talk about the Hubble palette, they are coloring things in an arbitrary manner, not what the telescope is actually seeing. They take the hydrogen alpha, the sulfur 2 and oxygen 3, and then they arbitrarily decide to assign to them red, blue, and green. And worse yet, they decide the proportions of how much each of the three wavelength is going to be in terms of color. Unfortunately, deep sky does not lend itself readily to blues. You'll find lots of reds in what is known as the red shift. Bill, did you watch the launch of Starship 10 earlier in the week? That was an amazing feat of technology. DWARF 3 has stopped stacking. We can do globular clusters all day long. M13 obviously is the best. And then you have M15, M2, and M5, and the list goes on and on. Be right back. I'm back. Jeannie, the star next to the bubble nebula is turning blue for you. As soon as we have half an hour on bubble, I will move to the blue snowball and see if we can get it in 4K. And on dwarf, as soon as we're done with M31, when I give it half an hour, we'll drop down to M33, which needs longer than half an hour. Bill, in your absence, I had asked if you had seen the launch of Starship 10 earlier in the week. That was just an amazing feat. And listening to the folks there excited me enough to look at their career page and consider applying for a job. They're looking for lots of engineers. The vision that Elon has for Mars is he's going to try to have enough of a people presence on Mars that they'll be self-sustaining in the event that Earth ceases to exist, that they'll be able to survive on Mars without any support. He is talking about launching starships about one a day or whatever for many years worth to have enough so there'll be a presence there. The one job at SpaceX that appealed to me most is intern. When I saw all those young guns, I remembered the movie The Intern with Robert De Niro and Anne Hathaway. I don't think they're going to be sending any people to Mars anytime soon. Right now they're trying to perfect the unassisted landing, so they'll be sending stuff there to land on Mars, unload the cargo and return. And after they deliver, he gave the number as to how many tens of thousands of tons of cargo they will need to deliver before they send humans. And the first people, their job is going to be opening boxes, unpacking and starting to build. It's a fascinating perspective, just the engineering that's going into that, and the vision of what it is going to take to have a human presence on Mars. I can just imagine the brainstorming sessions that they have with lots of whiteboards, or is it glass boards with markers on them. When I think that 15, 16 years ago, I was standing next to Elon Musk as he was looking at a whiteboard with Falcon 9 on it, the design, before it was built. And he was still looking at components, trying to take pieces out of it. This year they have already launched over 100 Falcon 9s, including one this morning. Genie, the past 24 hours, they launched Starlinks from both California and Florida, from both Vandenberg and Cape Canaveral. John, not if they open a supermarket there. As a young college student once said, who needs farmers when you can go to the supermarket and get all the food you want from there? Okay, Jeannie, are you satisfied with the bubble? Can you see the bubble on Seestar? We're going to enhance it. This is a nice bubble. John, we'll have to take it again in regular resolution and then compare side by side to see if we can tell the difference. This is nice. The stars are very, very sharp around it. Let's see if we can, for the fun of it, tell what the magnitude of those stars might be. Okay, this is a 14. Okay, I have news. Seestar has resolved a star with magnitude 17.5. Right here, at the tip of the arrow, that is a 17.5 magnitude. I don't know if you can see the double star here. And right above the double star there's a tiny dot that is a 17.5 magnitude. And right above it is a 17.4. So John, this might be your 4K impact that we are able to see a 17.5 star here as a very well formed dot pixel. Now inside the bubble itself there is this star and those two tiny stars below it. And these are magnitude 17. Okay. Blue snowball, Jeannie. We should not be too far from it. Do we have to set 4K every time? Nope. Okay. And the other thing that we need to set is this one. Jeannie, there it is, blue. Doesn't get any bluer than that. And this is without even a single frame. Peter, I have not used the Stellar Studio yet. See, it's gonna get overexposed and overexposed here, so we lose the blue very quickly. Yeah, the more we stack, the less blue it's gonna look. Let me try this. Okay, enhance the image. Stellar Studio. Please log in first. I do not have a login account. I'll have to create an account at some point, not tonight. So without stacking, it looks bluer. We're going to drop down onto M33. I don't know if it's going to let us do the iris, we'll see. Alright, this one's going to take time to show us anything. In the meantime, And M33 is going to take a while also. See you later, Jeannie. Good night, John. What's for dinner, Jeannie? Do you think it matters, CGD? We'll do it, no problem. Stand by. There you go. Jeannie, I grilled a porterhouse steak tonight for dinner. In all those years, I did not realize that a porterhouse has two different cuts on each side of the bone. On the one side, the outer side, is one cut, and on the inner side of the bone is a different cut. And it was interesting enjoying the two different, very different flavors of the same piece of steak. Good night, CGD. The other side, Jeannie, is New York strip. You are correct. It's filet mignon on one side and New York strip on the other. Catch you next time, CGD. Okay, there is news from NOAA about a coronal mass ejection from the sun coming our way. Tomorrow night, the aurora forecast includes us. So we are inside the view line. So we will keep an eye on it. It's a G2, G3. It's expected to reach and impact Earth with elevated geomagnetic response, and dependent upon the orientation of the embedded magnetic field, potential exists for strong storm levels. Minnesota is going to be also within the area. So keep an eye on it for tomorrow night. Seestar is looking at C4. Yeah, you can see all the parts of the sky that do not have any stars. That's all the dust. Gina is back. Hello. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well. Zina, what kind of dog, what breed is your pup? Oh, okay. Any idea how old? Triangulum is starting to look nice. Gonna give it a little bit longer. And same with the iris. Thanks, Zena. I doubt that will be up much longer. 2 more targets, one each on DWARF and Seestar. Probably try to get to bed by 11 or not much after that. Yeah, I don't know how much AI denoise will improve things yet. Yeah. Yeah, it needs more. Does the Dwarf 3 have a B? What do you mean, Bill? It is automatic. That is the one change that they made from Dwarf 2 to Dwarf 3. Dwarf 3 dew heater is automatic. So we don't have to remember to turn it on. Yeah, the past several days we wake up in the morning and everything outside is covered by a very thick layer of dew, lots of water. And as you can see, the Skycam is becoming practically useless from dew covering it. So there is a lot of talk about the solar storm that's coming our way, and the Aurora dashboard is putting us within the likelihood of Aurora area for the next 2 nights, tomorrow night and Tuesday night. Good luck with M31, Bill. Right now the eastern sky is amazingly empty of targets. Much of the Milky Way has moved past the meridian, and with it took Eagle Nebula, Swan Nebula, Trifid, Lagoon, the Pleiades is about to rise, but we're not there yet. Adam, I do both. I have a Celestron Edge HD on a equatorial mount with a camera plugged into it that I use primarily for planetary imaging and very, very small deep sky objects. But I used smart telescopes the way I'm doing now for the convenience of go-to and imaging, stacking, filtering deep sky objects. Both Seestar and DWARF come with dual band filters built into them. Both have autofocus. Both have dew heaters to prevent moisture from accumulating. And both have tracking mounts built into the telescope. So depending on what you want to do, if you want to enjoy the convenience of imaging nebula and galaxies in a semi-automated manner, if not fully automated, then Seestar and DWARF will give you that. If you're looking at much harder targets that are much smaller, such as planets, then you're far better off with a DSLR and a telescope. Alt-as. I want to see what Seestar does with Saturn if we put it in 4K. Thanks, Adam. Join us often. We'll be happy to chat with you. For example, the AI denoise that's taking place now is a fairly advanced feature that cleans up your image from noise and enhances it dramatically. So stand by for another 10 seconds and we'll see what the Iris Nebula looks like. There we go. Not bad at all. I'm going to see again if we can get an idea of the magnitude of some of the stars that it's showing. I'm looking at this cluster here to see if I can read some of those stars. Okay, this one here is 17.25. Okay, that's an 18. This one here is magnitude 18. Iris is beautiful, Jeannie. But right now I am obsessing on the fact that we are seeing a star that is magnitude 18. It is Gaia DR2 22702 4054 7829 756032. Okay, we are looking at a star that is magnitude 18.5. This one here. I don't know if you can see the arrow. It is right at the tip of the arrow. Where is Bill with his very large screen TV? That star at the tip of the arrow is 18.5 magnitude. Okay, enough. So I'm going to go see Saturn, the planet, and then Saturn, the nebula. Alan, what I have been doing is I opened Stellarium at the same target and I was comparing stars. And this is the one that gave me the 18.5. Let me point to it quickly. That's the one. It's here that we were looking at, and it shows magnitude as 18.5. And that one was visible in our image. There is Saturn, okay. Let's see what we can see here. So there is Saturn. Okay, it does not allow 4K resolution for planetary imaging. Let's see if we can fool it and go to stargazing instead of solar system. And there is Saturn and its moons. Don't know if it's gonna let us stack. We'll try. Trying to see which moons we are looking at. It is Iapetus and Titan. Okay. Sorry, not Iapetus. It is Rhea. Rhea and Titan. Rhea and Titan. Okay. Not much excitement there. Here's the Saturn Nebula. It's another blue dot, Genie. Let's see if we're going to be able to see the rings on it. So it looks like Saturn. Gina, as a reminder, Seestar and DWARF are not intended for planetary observation, but we do that for fun. We can go to Neptune if you want another blue dot alert. And then from Neptune, I'm going to drop down to the Skull Nebula, also known as the Soap Bubble Nebula. It is C56. But first, Neptune. It's not blue. Okay, that's supposed to be blue, supposed to be Neptune. C56. It is a reasonably decent size. We'll see what it looks like. It's a planetary nebula discovered by William Herschel in 1785. Yep, we have it. I'm looking at its image on Stellarium, and that 3-star pattern is exactly what we're looking for. So if we mark it, it should be there. Yep, it is there. Let's see how much stacking we need to see the nebula. It's known as the soap bubble or skull, whichever. I prefer the soap bubble. It's also known as the Voodoo Mask Nebula. In the meantime, DWARF is still stacking M33 and it's looking nicer and nicer. and there is no sign of field rotation. Starting to show. We're going to give it some time. In the meantime, we're gonna retire M33. Uh-oh. And see what Dwarf can do with the Helix Nebula. It should be large enough for Dwarf to display it. That calibration with every go-to with Dwarf makes it all but impossible to do a Messier marathon with Dwarf. Let's see what we need to do here. Filter, haha. Duo band. Parameter 1560. And okay, stack it. In the early days of the Dwarf 2, you calibrate once, and then I used to hop from target to target in a matter of literally 2 or 3 seconds. It was extremely fast. And once I attempted a Messier marathon, and we did most of it in one night. And then they kept adding features like this one, initializing, calibrating. They take forever. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, this is the Pompey Observatory, the only channel on YouTube that will stream live multiple telescopes in 4K resolution. Tonight we're looking at the Skycam, which is not showing much, a Dwarf 3, which is starting to show the Helix Nebula C63, and Seestar that's looking at the Skull or the Soap Bubble Nebula C56. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. We are approaching the 5,000 subscribers slowly but surely, and every subscription will help. Bill, while you were gone, Seestar was able to image a star magnitude 18.5. We confirmed it on Stellarium. That is using the 4K resolution on Seestar and the AI denoise. On the left, on Seestar, we're looking at the Skull Nebula, also known as the Soap Bubble Nebula. It's one that I have not done in a long time, and Curious to see how well Seestar renders it. Yeah, those two targets are going to be the last targets of tonight. I'm gonna try to get to bed before tomorrow. I forgot to ask Zena if her new puppy has a YouTube account and if he's subscribed to the channel yet. Yeah, Seestar put the dark filter on the filter wheel. So you can choose to have IR or not. You can choose to have dual band or not, and you can choose to have dark or not. Actually, dark is chosen automatically for you. Bill, don't know if you heard me earlier, but there is a CME coming our way, and NOAA is forecasting aurora for both Syracuse and Minneapolis tomorrow night. So we'll see whether the clouds are going to let us see the aurora or not. This is what we're talking about. So there's the red line. So we'll see what they're calling it, the view line. We'll see what it's going to show us. All of Canada, all of Alaska. Yes, Gina. The Pleiades should be rising soon. I'm going to give Helix another few stacks and then send Dwarf towards M45. M45 is another one of those targets that will not fit in Seestar, but Dwarf will do justice to it. M45 is still a little bit low, but we should be okay. Go to failed. So we're going to ignore it and start stacking. Dwarf is not stacking. We have the target in there. It is there. All right, thank you. Let's stack it then. Jacob, has your academic year begun yet? All right, there's the Pleiades. Let's see how long it's going to take before it shows us nebulosity. I'm waiting for school to start in Oswego so we can get our students to work on our projects. Bill, I think that was a plane. We're starting to get some nebulosity here. It appeared to be going from south to north to the east of me. Okay. Okay, so these are the 5 projects that I would like the students to work on. First one, satellite trail removal from astronomy images. Second one, deep sky object characterization for optimal imaging. And we're going to start with the Messier catalog, and for each of them determine what is the optimum setup in terms of telescopes and filters and exposure duration, etc. Telescope scheduling. That's ideally a computer program that will drive the big scope, the 16-inch Meade or the smaller Meade, Mr. Meade, to cover all 110 Messier objects in a systematic pattern and spending just the right amount of time on each. The Fourth one is a remote control of the telescope. I'd like to be able to operate it from home, so I don't have to deal with mosquitoes or snakes. And the last one is developing an Android app for ASCOM, so that we can operate the telescopes from any Android phone. And we will be pitching these 5 projects to the computer science seniors, juniors and seniors, and see how many takers we will have to work on them. The big challenge, Bill, is the folks who looked at those projects characterized them as too hard. So I offered to buy a box of crayons and give them papers so they can color on them instead. Mosquitoes out. So this is the Soap Bubble Nebula. It looks a bit sterile in terms of the absence of stars around it. That is okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it was fun as always, and we're approaching tomorrow. So I'm gonna start the orderly shutdown of the telescopes, and we'll keep an eye on the auroras tomorrow night. If we indeed have auroras, we will go live again if clouds permit. Otherwise, wish you all a good week and a safe Labor Day. See, Jeannie, you don't have to work tomorrow. It's Labor Day. I'm not working tomorrow either. Good night, all.